always something about rain. The sound of it falling, hitting the windows, and the fresh smell in the air. It can set so many different moods. It all comes together and makes the perfect atmosphere to sit down and draw. A lot of people see rain as gloomy, but for me and many other artists, it's fuel. It's like the world slows down just enough for me to lock in and get inspired. This piece is kind of a celebration of the serene beauty found in a woman's face, gently framed by natural flowers that flow around her in a soft, organic rhythm. And I'm not going to talk through this entire piece. I just wanted to give you a little bit of an introduction. I kind of just want to let music kind of play and guide you through this drawing. But I just wanted to give a quick little breakdown as well about, each of the features are drawn with care, like all of my paintings or drawings. With this piece, it goes from the delicate curve of the lips to the subtle shadows that kind of define her cheekbones and the depth in her eyes. And there's a quiet elegance in the way that her expression kind of holds both calm and strength. It's almost like a timeless grace that feels gentle yet captivating. But the flowers in this piece, they're definitely not just a decorative, just to kind of throw in there. They're kind of part of the story. Each petal and leaf and bloom, it kind of interacts with her features, kind of guiding the eye around the composition and creating a natural harmony between human beauty and nature. And they add softness and movement and life, enhancing a calm energy of a portrait while complementing the face's subtle emotions. And working with pastels, they allow me to layer in colors in a way that feels organic, letting highlights and shadows and textures blend seamlessly into one another, giving both the flowers and the portrait a vibrant yet a peaceful presence. And I used to think the same thing about oil paints, and I still do, but a part of me just can't get over the fact that pastels give me this end result, and at least that I can achieve with them anyways. And this is where it's at for me, and I think that this is where my heart lays now, is definitely with the pastels for these softer pieces. And this painting isn't just about aesthetics, it's about atmosphere and emotion, and that's kind of what I was going for, like a meditative quality in the way that the elements kind of flow together, and a sense of stillness that brings a quiet joy to creating it. And hopefully to anyone who sees it, the calm of the flowers, the gentle focus of her gaze, and the soft blended tones of the pastels all work together to create a piece that feels alive, yet peaceful, vibrant, yet soothing. And it's a reminder of the simple beauty found in natural forms, the elegance of a human face, and the tranquility and thoughtful, layered art can bring. Every stroke, every bloom, every shadow is a part of this harmony, creating a portrait that feels like it could breathe, inviting viewers to kind of pause and reflect and experience a moment of calm amidst the busyness of what we call life. But as always, everybody, thank you so much for watching, and I really hope that you enjoy seeing this piece kind of come to life, from the first flowers to the final details of the portrait. I love sharing these moments of creativity with you guys, and it means a lot that you take the time to watch and support my work. So if you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And stay tuned for more art, more inspiration, and more creative journeys. And thanks again for being here and sharing this experience with me. What's up, my fellow art nerds? I hope you guys enjoy this drawing, painting, whatever it is, as much as I do, and I really hope that you guys enjoy Sleep Token as much as I do. Because from the first time I've ever heard Sleep Token, I knew something was a little different. Their music didn't just sound good, it moved something inside me. It awakened emotions I didn't even realize that I was suppressing. There's this beautiful tension in their sound between the fragile and the powerful, and the sacred and the chaotic. Vessel's voice, let me tell you, it's not just a vocal performance, it's a lifeline for me. It's spirit, it's pain, and beauty, and redemption, all wrapped into one. I've been with Sleep Token from the very beginning. Every song, every shift in sound, every ritual, and as they've grown, so have I. And their music has been the soundtrack to some of the hardest, most reflective, and most transformative chapters in my life. And I had the absolute honor of seeing them live in Toronto at the Teeth of God tour. And let me tell you, it wasn't just a concert, it felt like a spiritual experience. Every note, every silence, every movement on the stage felt intentional, like we were witnessing something far beyond ourselves. Even Vessel's dancing. But this isn't the first time that I've tried to capture Vessel through my art. I previously painted him using oil paints, wearing one of the earlier masks, a more darker, more brooding look. That piece was all about texture and shadow, diving into the more mysterious, ominous side of their image. But this drawing is a little different. I saw it and I knew I had to draw it. This one's a reflection of where they and I have evolved too. It's softer, more spiritual, more luminous, still intense, but in a quieter, more introspective way. This piece was created entirely in pastels, one of my favorite mediums to work with for this mood and atmosphere especially. I started with pan pastels to lay down those smooth, subtle undertones in the background and to carve out the initial forms. They allow for such seamless transitions. It's almost like painting with air. For the rich, deep blacks, especially around the cloak and the shadows of the mask, I went in with some soft pastel sticks, really building up those dark values to contrast the highlights. Once the base was in, I brought it all together with pastel pencils, adding the tight edges, the folds, the textures, the reflections in the mask. Those final details are what make it feel alive. And of course, the entire piece was done on pastel matte. My go-to surface for pastel work, that's for sure. It grips the pigment beautifully. It's got like a sandy texture and it lets me layer without things turning muddy. You can put so many layers on these things using pastels, as long as you're not pushing too hard. But this drawing isn't just fan art, I guess. It's a tribute. It's a thank you to Vessel, to Sleep Token for being, the beacon in moments I've needed guidance, grounding, and emotional release. Their work continues to inspire me both as an artist and as a person, and I hope this piece captures even a fraction of what their music has meant to me. So thanks for watching, and if you connect with Sleep Token the way I do, let me know in the comments, and if you're new to them, dive in. You might just find something sacred hiding in that sound. And let me tell you, you're going to enjoy them. They are the most addictive band I've ever listened to. Don't forget to subscribe, guys.
One last thing. If you have any drugs or any alcohol, give me some.
Well, everyone, it's time to soak up as much vitamin D as we can to start the morning. We got to take it all in, get some nature, some water, some fresh air, some laughs, because today is going to be a little bit of a difficult project for me to start tackling. But I took my son down to the water to take in the views, and then I'm going to go home and start to draw. But first, I took my boy for some lunch. This video, this drawing, it's a tribute, and it's personal. So I hope you stick around for the entire video to see the process of me drawing a portrait of, yes, Ozzy Osbourne. This one means a lot. This one's different. Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness, has recently passed away, and I've been feeling it in a way that I didn't expect. I knew his music, I grew up with it, but I didn't realize how much of an impact he had on me until he was gone. I think a lot of us are feeling that way right now. So I wanted to sit down, put pencil on paper, and do what I do best. Try to make sense of it through the art, through my art. So this is a tribute, not just to the legend, but to the feeling of growing up with someone like Ozzy always in the background of my life. I can still remember the first time that I heard Ozzy's voice. It was gritty, wild, unpredictable. I kind of didn't know what to think, but I was hooked. And of course, at that time I was already into metal as somewhat. My brother, my older brother, and his friends getting me into bands like Ozzy, Maiden, Priest, even Motley Crue, Metallica, you name it. I kind of listened to it all. But something stood out with Ozzy. So whether it was Sabbath or his solo stuff, there was something raw in it. You could feel it in your chest. It was heavy, yeah. But it was emotional too. Most metal is. So when I was a kid, music like that hit different. It wasn't just noise. It was something that I connected with. Especially when I felt like nobody else got it. And I'm sure a lot of metalheads feel the same way. But Ozzy was that voice for the outsiders, for the weird kids, for the ones who didn't fit in neatly. And I guess, in a way, I needed that. So, as I started sketching this out, I didn't want to just capture how he looked. I wanted to capture the presence. Ozzy had this intensity, this fire, but also this weird softness behind his eyes, like a guy who had seen hell and somehow survived it. I think that's why people loved him. He was real, flawed, messy, but unapologetically himself, which is kind of rare, especially these days. When someone like Ozzy passes, it shakes people, not just because of his music, but because of what he represented. He was a voice for the misfits, a symbol of survival. You know, how many of us went through breakups, struggles, long nights with his music blasting through the headphones like a lifeline, through your Walkman headphones. Millions of people across the globe were shaped by his energy, his chaos, his creativity. He wasn't perfect by any means, but that was the point. He showed us that you could be broken and still shine, that you could mess up, fall apart, and still get back up on stage and scream your truth. I can vaguely remind myself of a time growing up with my brother, and something happened with one of his albums, and I believe it was either like The Ultimate Sin or Bark at the Moon or something, and it was a cassette tape. My brother had it, and I ended up taking it, and I wanted to take it to school. And I think I was only in like grade 3, grade 2, I don't know, something like that, if I remember correctly. And my brother was freaking out about it. He didn't know I had it. And I ended up getting caught. And I remember walking in my house after school. I was standing at the front door with my backpack on, and I had the album, the cassette, in my back pocket. And my brother was freaking out on me, saying I stole his album. And I was denying it. I didn't want to give it up. I just wanted to keep it for myself. But as it turns out, he would have whooped my ass. So, you know, I had to give the album back. But that was one of the memories I had with one of his albums. And I mean, even though it's a broken memory, it's still a memory, and it was Ozzy Osbourne. And even though this drawing's just getting started, I knew how I would feel doing this drawing. I knew that this drawing would be good for me, even therapeutic. You know, and sometimes when I'm working on a tribute like this, it feels like I'm spending time with that person almost, you know, because they're just sitting there staring back at me. So even if it's just in my own head, it's fine. But there's something sacred about slowing down, putting your energy into every line, every shadow. It was a way of me saying goodbye, essentially, and thank you at the same time. Death has a strange way of reminding us what matters. It strips everything down to the essentials. And for me, it reminds me how powerful art, especially art like mine, and music really are. They kind of go hand in hand, and they outlive us. They carry pieces of us forward. And Ozzy left behind so much. Not just albums and shows, but impact, emotion, family, and a legacy that millions will carry forever. And I just feel lucky to be one of them. Ozzy and his family even came out with a TV show back in the day, The Osbournes. I didn't even watch all the Osbournes when it came out. I caught a few episodes here and there. Thought it was funny, chaotic, kind of wild, just from what I saw. But now, I feel drawn to watch it again. Not for the drama or the laughs, but to see him again, to hold on to those little pieces, to hear his voice and see the way he moved and hear him laugh. And I catch myself lately on YouTube like crazy, watching a lot of his old music videos, even little clips of him, and I can't help but smile. But it's weird how grief makes you want to rewind time and relive everything that you took for granted. I guess that's just human, right? One thing that I think is overlooked quite a bit is what Ozzy and Sharon did for the next generation of artists. They didn't just sit at the top and soak up the spotlight, they shared it, which was Ozfest. It was their way of saying, you've got something, step up and show the world. So it wasn't just about the big names, it was a platform for up-and-coming bands that would have never probably have had a shot otherwise. And that's huge. So in a world where most legends protect their throne, Ozzy opened the gates and invited others in. He gave artists a place to be loud, to be raw, and to be seen. And I think that says a lot about the kind of person that he was and the person that Sharon is. He was behind like all the madness. He remembered what it was like to be hungry, probably, and to be unknown. He never forgot to lift up others along the way. And that's not just a music icon. That's a real one. All of this being said, I'm sure I could sit here all day and talk about Ozzy, his music, his legacy, everything. But I'm just going to stop talking at this point and let the music play and let you enjoy the drawing. So I hope that this tribute does some justice to the man who gave us so much. Rest in peace, Ozzy. Thank you for the music. Thank you for the madness. Thank you for being exactly who you were. Loud, raw, honest, and unforgettable. This one is for you. And for anyone out there who's ever found comfort in a voice that felt like home, I hope this brought something to you too. So long live the Prince of Darkness.
canvas.
Yeah. We got the special Ozzy level. Ozzy, I know it's working because I'm even feeling it, man.
Is that better?
No.
You don't think so? How about taking a rinse?
The smell of success. Bubbles! Oh, come on, Sharon. I'm not Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. Evil, what's evil? I've had to borrow the bubbles and...
Got it. Well, hello there, my fellow art nerds. Today is going to be a bit of a video of showing you some of the supplies that I like to use for some of my artwork that consists of some of the really high punchy, high contrasty drawings, such as some of my tattoo designs, some flowers, superheroes and stuff, right to soft black and grays using charcoals and a little bit of pastel work, which is what I'm actually really enjoying a lot of lately. I'm doing a ton of pet portraits and I really love the soft muted tones of the pastels. Where do I start with these? These are Copic markers. These are super expensive, but these things, let me tell you, as many of you know, I'm a tattooer and I do a lot of digital art. And one day I remember actually I was doing digital art and I was like, I want to get a few of these markers. I want to try them out and see if I can do some portraits and stuff with these things. And I started with the black and gray. I think it was the cool gray set. They were not the brush tip, they were the fine tip and the chisel end, and they were great. My very first drawing was actually a stormtrooper and it turned out great. I was just, very loose drawing, it turned out amazing. And then I decided, you know what, these things are great, I want to buy the whole set. I think it set me back around $4,000 to be honest with you. And these are the marker tips. The brush tips and the chisel end. These things are amazing. But if you can afford these things, I highly recommend it. I think the downfall with alcohol markers, I've had the whole set of Ohuhu markers and those things are amazing, especially for the price. When I purchased the set, it was like 300 and something markers and I think it was like $350. So it was like $1.50 a marker. These things, we don't even want to break down the prices. I'm not gonna get into that in this video. But I ended up giving the set of Ohuhus to my son. But food for thought, Ohuhus are amazing, and go on Amazon now and trying to buy them with all these tariffs and stuff going on, because the cheapest I found for that set for 300 and something markers, I believe the last offer was a $1,400 offer, so they can hoop it. I ain't paying that. So these, I have the whole set. These are amazing. Now, there's an attachment for these. There's the attachment right here. So, you basically take the chisel end out, and you put it in there, just like so, and you hook that up to an airbrush, which I have. And now, with that, you could do a ton of background. You can do super soft. Now, some colors work better than others, and this thing is amazing. They have other canisters too that are wireless, but they're just refills, but this is the one I bought that you keep hooking it up to an air compressor. Yeah, and you can get super soft backgrounds and some undertones with these things, and it does not go through a lot of pigment either. It may seem like it does, but it does not. Or you can just, color in, and you can go to your local art store or Amazon and pick up the refills. Now I have a few refills as well, the refill pens, and if you basically empty one of these, I believe you get 3 to 4 refills. I think they were like $15 to $20 per, for the refill. So these are very good. The only problem with, say, Prismacolors, Copics, Ohuhus, they are not very light fast. It's an alcohol-based marker, so they will fade to UV light. So I use these when I'm not doing pastels. I use these for an undertone, and then I use colored pencils on top, which will essentially stop, the light fastness, right? I mean, and I also spray them with a fixative as well. Which helps a lot, and I buy UV frames for basically all of my art. Okay, next up, we've got Posca markers. I just went out on a limb and I was like, I kind of want to do some Posca art. Let's see what I can do with these things. So I did, I think, a Deadpool portrait, which I did. It was, I split it in half. I did half Posca markers with like this glow effect that people were doing. And then I did the other half in Copic. And let me tell you, I had fun with these, but the end result, definitely not for me. I definitely like the Copics much better. The alcohol-based markers were very fun, especially for a more realism look. I would love to see an artist get some realism with these kind of paint markers. However, these are amazing for certain projects. You want to paint your shoes, you want to paint your hat, you want to paint anything. These things are great and they stick to almost anything. So I did not buy the whole set. I did, however, buy probably a couple sets. So I have a lot of these things and I barely ever use them, but my kids like to use them because I'm constantly going upstairs and finding my markers on their floor. All right, so obviously my weapon of choice for colored pencils would be the Caran Dache Luminance pencils. These things are absolutely amazing. They're a very soft, well, not very soft, but they're a softer pigment, and the lead is very like smooth. So they blend very, very well. They are really high on the Lightfast scale. So these things are absolutely amazing. But I think I paid for this, for 76 pencils, I believe I paid around $500. Actually, I think it was around the $550 mark, give or take. And again, I'm in Canada where you get ripped off all the time for everything you buy, but well worth it. I highly suggest picking up a pair of these, a case of these, because you're never gonna go back. Second weapon of choice would be Faber Castell's Polychromos pencils. I think these things were a few $100 as well for 120 pencils. The lead on these, the pigment on these are really contrasty, really punchy, but they are a harder pigment. And again, just like the pastel pencils, you're gonna wanna get into some tight little details with these things. And of course, you can use them on their own, they're amazing. You just gotta work with them, and you gotta know how to work with them, I guess, a little bit more than the other ones, because they blend easy. These ones don't. So you gotta kinda know what you're doing. And these things are absolutely great for putting detail on top. Derwent, Lightfast. These things are very good. I've used these a handful of times. There's actually a drawing I did. I can't remember what drawing it is. I did the entire thing with these and it turned out very, very well. So when I have options like the Caran Dache, the Polychromos and stuff like that, I tend to use them first. So I just have too many brands essentially, but these are one of the go-tos as well, you know, for certain drawings, I guess you could say. But these were a few $100. There's 72 of them in here. And they're very good. I find the pigment on these are not too hard, not too soft. They're kind of just right, I guess you could say, right? They blend very well and they're very good for tight details. And I find that the lead on these things, they don't grind down and just waste away very fast. They kind of last quite a long time when you're sharpening these things. Now, for the most common colored pencil out there, I think would be the Prismacolors. I have two sets of these actually. There's 150 in each one, each set. This is the bigger set. All right, right away I start with these ones. So I'm on my second set. They are around $250 to $300 here for this entire set, which is 150 count. You get, it's quite the box. You know, the presentation's good. These, I'm not really sure how the Lightfast is on these things. I've read a few different results with these, and mostly it boils down to which color, but I find that they are very saturated, they're very good, and for what you pay for it, they're amazing. Now, if you're looking for longevity for any type of art you're doing or commission pieces for people, you might want to read up on the Lightfast of these things. And again, I think some of them are Lightfast, and it's just a matter on which color, but you're going to want to probably spray your drawing, you know, with some fixative at the end to help that, and maybe get a UV frame. Pan pastels. If you are into pastels and if you can invest the money in these, I forget how many colors there are. I don't feel like counting them right now, but there's 4 trays. So there's quite a few colors. Now, they're quite expensive. I'm in Canada and I spent, I believe, $600 and something on these things in 2025. It's a lot, but it's not the most that I've ever paid for art supplies before. But these for an undertone, the pan pastels for an undertone, are absolutely amazing. They're super soft, and you actually, so you can apply those and blend those with your hands, like your fingers and stuff. You can put gloves on. You can do it with them too. Me myself, I like to use these little. You can use blending stumps, or you can use these little makeup sponges. They work really well too, and it's just like paint. So you can do it as an undertone and you can go right over top of them, and you can actually put colored pencil on top of them as well. They work very, very well. and they cover a big area very fast. I also find too that when you're using these things, you use very little. Like I've used these every single drawing that I've had, that I have done with pastels, and even pastels with colored pencil on top. I have used these every time, and I use barely any. So these last a long time. There's obviously going to be certain colors that you're going to rip through quicker than other ones, but if they're definitely worth the money, in case you're wondering. So for pastel pencils, for a more softer kind of pencil where you can blend really well on top of the pan pastels or whatever undertone, or not even any undertone if it's just a plain canvas, I like to go with the Carbothellos here. Now, there's 60 pencils in here, and I believe they cost me roughly $120. They're made by Stabilo. I find these pencils are just absolutely amazing for blending. I don't find any like rigid little rough spots on them and edges and stuff like that. They're just very, very good, and I can get some crazy detail, especially using these for like softer kind of skin tones where there's like very little blemishes, and they're absolutely, like, they're amazing. So I really suggest, if you want to do a lot of blending, a lot of color blending, I think Stabilo is the way to go. So for my weapon of choice with pastel pencils, it's definitely going to be Faber Castell. Now these things are a little bit of a harder pigment than the Stabilos, the Carbothellos, I find anyways. These are pit pastels, and these are great for absolutely getting in there for some crazy detail, like the eyes, the little fur textures, just little tiny things like that. If you're doing jewelry or something on somebody, whatever it is you're doing that has little tiny minuscule detail and you want to get in there, the Faber Castells are absolutely amazing. And I find they don't dull out very fast. So these are going to last you probably longer than one that's going to be a super soft kind of pigment, and I think they're going to last a long time. So back to the undertones with the pan pastels. So sometimes I can mix pan pastels with traditional soft pastel sticks. Now these are just like, I believe these are Paul Rubens. I bought them on Amazon. I think they were only like 30 bucks. I've got a couple other ones too, and same thing. They're nothing crazy, but I just use them as undertones and actually staining certain paint and clays. Now, while I'm on the topic of pastels, one thing I have actually learned from certain artists on YouTube, that you can mix charcoals with pastels. I had no idea. I actually thought about it one day, and I was like, I wonder if you can mix the two, and I wasn't sure. I didn't want to ruin my drawing, so I decided to YouTube it, and absolutely, I watched some very respected pastel artists and stuff like that on YouTube, and you can. So for charcoals, I essentially mix blacks and whites with my pastels. I don't really use colored pastels very often. I do have them, but I don't really use them. I'd rather colored charcoals very often. I would rather just use the colored pastels. So for my white charcoal sticks, I use Charcoal White by Generals. These things are absolutely amazing. I think they were like 15, 20 bucks. These things are great. They're a soft charcoal. They're amazing. And I also use a ton of different black charcoal sticks as well. And I also like to use General's powdered charcoal. Now, I don't use this very often. Again, if it's super soft, like say I'm doing a human portrait or something, and I'm doing like a cheek or something like that, or like a forehead, just an undertone, before I get the details on there, I'll absolutely use this stuff, but I don't find it very dark. And now, I know I did mention the colored charcoals, but I have used them before, clearly, but these are Charcoal XL Derwent, and these are charcoal blocks, but they come in different colors. You know, they have like sienna colors and right up to black and white. So these are actually pretty good, but again, it's not very often I use these. Now for charcoal pencils, you can use the Derwent, again, charcoal pencils, and these come tinted as well. And Generals, they come in different tones of black and grays, super soft by the way. And General's White. These I use for fine details. I actually use these over the pastels for certain highlights on some of my portraits, and these work very well for tight details and getting super white highlights in there, especially for fur and like eyes and stuff. And again, this here, it's a woodless charcoal pencil. There's no wood around it. These things are amazing. I actually found these a long time ago in my local art store. These are really good. They're not very soft. They say that they're soft, but they're definitely not. But again, like eyelashes, so on and so forth. My fingers are getting all dirty, which is okay. But These are not very soft, but they're very, very good for tight little details. So I highly recommend picking up some of these woodless charcoal pencils. Couple little things I just want to touch base on for colored pencils in particular. There's a fixative, not a fixative, it's like a blending agent. I picked this up off of Amazon. Now I wanted to try it out, and it's very potent. You just put a little bit on a paintbrush and you can kind of blend your pencil crayon, you know, your transitions from color to color with this. However, I didn't like it. I traditionally just blend, I layer all my colored pencils. I like pastel pencils, same thing, but this, we're talking about colored pencils. So I generally like to just, you know, layers, soft layers, and just pile it on top. And I find I get a smoother blend that way anyway. So I just wanted to touch base on this stuff. So if you are having trouble blending your pencil crayons, and you know, I highly suggest, you know, just keep practicing or looking up some YouTube videos on some tutorials on how to blend properly and other people's techniques. But if you just want to skip that, you can use this. Just fair warning. Copic. So Copic's an alcohol based, right? But Copic also makes these, an opaque white with a little brush built in, and this, which is just a little container, which you take whatever size brush you want and brush on paint that way. So this here is actually like an acrylic based, so it goes on super opaque white right on top of anything you want. So I had to throw those in there as well. It's gritty like sand, and they have a pastel board. This stuff is expensive. This was 120 bucks for 12 sheets, but if you're doing pastel art, this is what you want. So depending on what I'm drawing, this stuff helps for an undertone as well. So if you just want to do a portrait with no background, or just a certain subject with no background, you can just use the background of this without it being pure white. So you can just use that as well. But I highly suggest this. This is what you want. No doubt about it. Now, for colored pencils, this is the paper you want. Derwent Lightfast paper. This is the paper you want. You mix these with a Lightfast pencil and this, and you even spray with a fixative, that drawing is gonna last forever on here. And this is, again, like a cardstock, and it feels great. It's not a high white. It's got like a weird eggshelly color. It's not a super bleached white paper, but this is amazing. It blends very, very well on here, and with the Copic markers, you can lay down as an undertone pastels you can put on here, and you put the colored pencil on top. Very, very good paper. However, this paper cost me around $70 to $80 on Amazon. I mainly used Bristol paper for colored pencil and Copics. Now I buy the big giant sheets as well, and I cut them to whatever I need. You can actually see a few drawings up in here. Those are the big sheets of paper, and I just cut them to whatever size I need. So I find Bristol paper, it's not too expensive, and it's really, really good. It's smooth paper. There's not a lot of teeth on it, a lot of grit. And if you don't know what teeth or grit is on paper, then maybe we'll get to that in another video. But this paper is absolutely amazing for colored pencils and Copics. So I'm not sure if you guys are into this stuff, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna give you a tiny, tiny little studio tour here. And as you can see, look in the background. It's in my living room. Yes, it's in my living room. Andrew, you've got kids. Where do they watch TV? Well, guess what? I got a second living room back there. No, I'm not bougie. Oh, yeah. It just happens that it's an old dining room. It's really nice, and I don't need a dining room because, you know, I got a table that's on the side of my kitchen that we eat at all the time. So the dining room, I moved everything in there. It's off to the side. Kids love it in there. So I got to take this. It has better lighting. It has everything in here and more natural daylight. So I get to actually have my studio in here. So I've been wondering forever and ever, how am I going to display all my stuff? How am I going to display all of my pencils, all of my markers, everything like that without making it look crappy? So I went to IKEA, and I was actually going to do a pegboard and put a bunch of cups on it. So not only was that going to cost me an arm and a leg, but I figured it would kind of look a little bit douchey. So I ended up going with these. I ended up going with those shelves. I think the shelves were like 15 bucks each, and it got everything on there. Also too, these little glass planters, I guess you could say. I found them at the dollar store. They were $2.50 each. 22 of those things I had to buy. So that was kind of nuts. Well, would you look at that? I have got to go drop this off I've got to go drop this off this morning. Then I have to return this Amazon package. It's that HDMI cable that's completely useless to me. So I got a new one coming so I can live stream. Well, in case you are wondering why I vlog while I'm in my car driving a lot, because that's what I do. I drive a lot. So I'm a very busy guy. I'm constantly on the go. And sometimes it's a blessing and sometimes it's a curse. And I'm going to be dropping off that painting of the man's German Shepherd. At least I think it's a German Shepherd anyway. It damn well looks like one. And yeah, hit Staples, drop off that Amazon package. And you know what's really convenient right now? Is Amazon, if you drop off to Staples, you don't even need the print label anymore. You don't have to package it. You just take the original manufacturer's package of whatever item you purchased, just drop it off. They do everything for you and it's free. What a good day. What a good day. So I'm going to be working on a new drawing this week. It's of a cat. Let's see if you can see this. I don't know if you can see that. That's basically the stencil of it. It's a cat portrait. You know, I love doing them. I did one cat drawing before, and I had a lot of fun doing it. It's a very, very long hair cat. This is a short hair cat, so I'm looking forward to, you know, trying this one out for sure. All right. That's a wrap on today's vlog, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed tagging along while I walked you through some of the tools and materials that bring my art to life. I know it's not always about the gear, but when you find the right setup that works for your style, it really does make the creative process so much smoother. And it felt good sharing a bit of my workspace too. Nothing too fancy, but it's where the magic happens. This is the corner of the world and my world where I get lost in the process, trying new ideas and just letting things flow. And of course, delivering that piece to a friend, that's always one of the best parts of this whole thing, is seeing someone light up when they hold something they spent hours on and put their trust in you. And that's part of the reasons why I do it. So if you liked this style, you know, the behind the scenes style, let me know in the comments. I'm thinking about doing more of these, maybe deeper dives into certain materials, studio upgrades, or whatever. So if that sounds like your vibe, hit that like button, subscribe, ring that little bell so you never miss a post. So thanks for being here. Seriously, every like, comment, and share helps me keep what I'm doing, and so I can share it all with you. So until next time, stay creative, stay curious, and as always, keep making cool shit. Peace. There's always something special about trying a new medium for the very first time. That mix of curiosity, excitement, and yeah, a little bit of intimidation too. So today I'm unboxing something that I've never used before. My very first set of gouache paints. I've seen so many artists create stunning, vibrant pieces with gouache paints, and I've been itching to see what all the hype is about. These are Himi brands, I believe they are called. I ordered them from Amazon, and since I'm in Canada, I believe they're around $60 to $70. And right off the bat, the packaging felt solid, clean, and kind of classy. But you already know I'm a sucker for a good design. And of course, I ordered myself a nice little sketchbook. It's a little smaller than I anticipated, but hey, the presentation was pretty cool. I kind of like it. The one thing that stands out to me right away with gouache paints is the variety of colors and how all of this color just pops. And apparently, from what I'm reading, it's kind of like acrylic paints and watercolor met and basically had a baby. It's kind of crazy. So I know a lot of people are using water with this, and yeah, I can't wait to try it. Now, as you know, like I said, I've never used gouache paints before, so this is going to be kind of cool, experimental, and you know, probably a little messy, but I have some plans. And that's also the beauty of trying something new, right? You kind of learn as you go. You mess up, you explore, and hopefully you create something cool in the process. Today's process with all of this, we are going camping. And my plan is to go into the woods or near water or something, depending on the landscape of where I'm going. And I'm bringing, obviously, my son with me in there. And as you know, my son's a little artistic as well, and he loves to draw and paint. So we are both going to be trying gouache paints together for the very first time in the woods. I just want to add that I think as artists, we all hit that point where we need to shake things up, break out of routine and kind of dive into something unknown. And for me, this box of paint is more than just supplies. It's kind of a new chapter, a challenge, and a reminder that we're always learning. All right, art brain off, gym mode on. This is the part of the day where I stop overthinking and start lifting heavy things. I won't lie, some days I need to drag myself out of the door, especially when I've been in my creative bubble for hours. But I've learned that getting my body moving is just as important as getting my ideas flowing. It's not just about muscles or aesthetics, it's about discipline. And honestly, it clears my head like nothing else. Sometimes a good workout untangles whatever's been stuck upstairs all day. The same thing goes with artwork. Oh, good morning, everybody. Look at this. I get to do another one of these videos, eh? Where I'm talking on my phone, driving at the same time, vlogging, recording myself. Oh boy. So I got kind of a cool video today. I am actually going camping. Right now I'm actually off to the gym. And it's hard to talk and videotape at the same time. But we rented a campground a few hours north of here, and we're not allowed on the campground until around 2 o'clock. And right now it's only 8 o'clock in the morning, not even. But we are on our way to the gym, get some training in, gonna go home, eat, and we're basically all packed and ready to go. I'm gonna be bringing This might sound crazy to some people. I'm going to be bringing my paints with me, my gouache paints. I've never used them before. Never in my life have I used gouache. And, you know, I've done oil paints, watercolors, acrylics, all that other stuff. Not even so much acrylics, but now it's time to try out the gouache. And I'm going to try and paint, I don't know what you would call it, like a live scene, where I'm not going to, it's obviously freehand, but I'm going to sit somewhere and look at the scenery. And if I think that is a very nice scenery, then I'm just going to paint it. Just look up, paint, like a live model kind of sort of thing, but with landscape. My son is super excited. We're going to be going fishing. We're going to be roasting some marshmallows over the fire, obviously. We've got some tents. We've got tons of stuff we got planned. Obviously, I brought some playing cards for nighttime in the tent. And yep, I'm going to be vlogging the whole thing. And I am not good at this vlogging thing. I'm totally new at it. And my son's going to help me. His mom's going to help me do all that kind of stuff. I'm bringing the tripod. I'm bringing my tablets and stuff. And yeah, you know, you're going to say, dude, you're high maintenance. What kind of camping is that? Listen, I watch my shows. I have a tattoo business that I run, so I've got to stay on my toes with my business, and that's how I make my bread and butter. But here we are, you know, a nice calm video where Andrew's not freaking out on people, where Drew is not freaking out on people. I'm not going to record this gym session. I'm just going to get in, get it, and get out, because I am in kind of a rush this morning. But we are here, back at Athletic Culture. I'll see you soon. All right, this is where things get serious, apparently, because, you know, this is camping trip prep, which really means stuffing the car with everything we might need, plus about 10 extra things. And as you know in a previous video, it's because I'm bougie, so just in case, we have to bring those extra things. You know, we've got the usual camping stuff: tent, sleeping bags, food, way too many hoodies, but then there's art gear: sketchbooks, gouache paints, brushes, easel, even my travel palette. And of course, all of my camera equipment, because if I'm going to get inspired out in the wild, you better believe I'm filming it. You know, the camera body, my extra batteries, lenses, tripods, mics, and all that other fun stuff. All right, good old camping trip. I gotta pack my coolers still. I got tons of stuff to do. And it seems like it's gonna be raining today, which actually kind of sucks. But I'm not gonna bring my dogs. It's way too humid, muggy outside, so I'm not gonna bring them. My daughter's gonna be here. She's gonna be letting my dogs out and feeding my dogs and all that other stuff. So yeah, I just think sleeping in a tent with other people, obviously my family, and dogs, it's going to be disgusting in there as it is. And you know, it's just not fair to bring the dogs in this kind of weather anyway. So time to pack the coolers. Even though we're only going for 2 days, I packed a lot of food and a lot of water, a lot of frozen water, and, you know, a lot of food so you can feed this beast of a man. And my son likes to eat too. And yep, we packed everything from salmon to burgers to breakfast burritos, eggs, you name it. We packed it. Even bacon. You have to have the candy in there, the bacon. I gotta maybe open some more fish. The one thing I did forget to do, which I meant to do the other day, look at this. What are these? Naturally clean, naturally classic bake and serve turkey breakfast sausages. I'm gonna cut those up, fry some eggs, and get some wraps, some tortillas. And I'm gonna make some breakfast wraps. They're gonna be delicious. And I'm not gonna actually put all the sausages in there. I'm actually gonna save some sausages just to actually cook while I'm there for breakfast. Be a nice little snack. Getting the big boy out for this one. Everything's opposite from my car. The windshield wipers and everything. You know, there's always something about these drives that hit a little different. City noise starts to fade, cell signal starts to weaken, unfortunately, and suddenly it's just trees, sky, and space to breathe, and of course each other. It's kind of like the world shifts gears. Everything slows down, even my thoughts feel quieter out here. You tend to forget kind of how green everything gets this time of year. It's that deep, lush green that reminds you life's still growing, even when you're not watching. This is why I bring the sketchbook, why I pack the paints, not just to capture the scenery, but to feel it, to let it soak in and come out through the brush later. And we're here. We just got to pick up some firewood because it's one thing that we didn't remember until we got here. But now we got some dry, clean wood so we can get the fire going, stay warm and dry, and cook some good food. Come on, my boy. Heavy? Weird, bro. I mean, come on, look at this view. It's beautiful. And then you've got this little guy. Well, we're at the campsite, and of course I didn't expect a whole lot, but look at this little guy vlogging for his own little channel. We got a fire going, we got some breakfast burritos heating up with those turkey sausages and eggs. They're so good. We got these guys over here. Well, I figured I'd get up, prep some breakfast while everybody's still sleeping, and enjoy the amazing sounds of the early morning in the forest. And I'm actually an early bird. I'm always up early, and like I said before, I'm always at the gym early, and I've been an early bird for as long as I can remember. What? All right, we found it. That perfect little pocket of stillness, tucked between the trees, sun just kind of peeking through the canopy, and enough open space to breathe and create. There's something grounding about painting out here. No deadlines, no distractions, just nature, and the way the light hits the leaves, it's kind of perfect. And most importantly, I get to share this with my son, and we will never forget this moment with each other. Now, I'm not trying to capture every single detail. It's more about the feeling, the colors, the textures, the mood of the moment. It's less about perfection and more about connection, and of course trying out this new set of gouache paints that I've never tried before. And so far, I'm actually having a lot of fun with them, and I could probably see myself working with them in the future on some more projects later on down the road. And yep, my son actually really liked them too, and he's actually never tried oil painting or anything. He has tried acrylic and a little bit of watercolor here and there, I believe. But yeah, they're very fun, and yeah, I definitely like them so far. Out here, every brush stroke kind of feels different, more honest, less filtered, like the trees don't care if it turns out good or not. They just want you to show up. And this is the kind of art that fills you up. Not for likes, not for views, but just for the soul.
There's a bug on my page. Well, now the bug's blood is permanently part of the...
Super cool rock right here, and check this out. Somebody by the name of Kelly painted that rock and left that in there. Pretty cool. This tree wrapping around it. This is super cool. Look at, let's see if I can get it. There he is. That's a proud dad moment right there. Proud dad moment. Well, I gotta say, trying out these new gouache paints has been a real good experience. You know, there's something about the way that they flow with the texture and the way that you can layer everything and bring it to life. But honestly, the real highlight wasn't just the paints. It was being out here camping and creating with my son, watching him get into it, seeing the way that he looks at the world through color and space. Now that's the kind of memory that sticks forever. So thanks for hanging out with us on this little creative adventure. And if you like this one, hit the like button, drop a comment, and make sure to subscribe for more art moments and stories like this.
We the best, no contest. My clique is the best. We the best. There ain't no one like, cause are you dumb or you crazy? There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, this don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. There ain't no rest. For the wicked I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest there ain't no contest. So what's next? Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like, cause are you dumb or you crazy? There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, this don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. No contest. We the best. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. back, back. Keep bringing it back, back, back. So I'm bringing it back, back. Keep bringing it back. But you can sound like swinging it back. Back, back. Keep bringing it back. Like swinging the back.
Get your spectral sock out, nerd. It's gonna get good.
Tell them niggas bundle up, ay. Hey, you get cold in that field, tell them niggas bundle up. But them vultures on your head while you tryna cuddle up. Pillow talking with that broad, but she down to set you up. Yeah, the first one to cross you be the one you say you love. Like, oh, down to catch a soul. That reaper creeping through your door. Catch you all alone. They tryna figure out who did it, but nobody knows. That boy was claiming he was with it, but he went and told. Yeah, you see, you gotta watch your back because them snakes is in the grass. So snitching on the ground, and now them jakes is on your ass. We ain't going out for nothing, we just take it, we on ass. But you cannot trust them vultures cause they take it for your last. City where you keep it on you, yeah, it's reaper on you. You been going too hard, now the people want you. Look at the stars for a sign, like the preacher told you. Fell asleep with my nine, can't let them people hold you. The city where you keep it on you, cause the reaper on you. You been going too hard, now the people want you. Look into the stars for a sign, like the preacher told you. Fell asleep with my nine, can't let them people hold you. Lately I've been moving calculated, too much bread, tryna calculate it. Lately I've been getting acclimated, you going up a phone, she getting aggravated. I know that these niggas mad, I made it. All the bullshit, man, I had to face it. Blunt of the runs, man, I had to taste it. I ain't pulling over, boy, they had to chase it. You see, it's got them city. You enemy number one if you ain't rocking with me. When it's all said and done, I know they plot to get me. When they see me sitting pretty, that's why I got to see me. When I hop out the Hemi city where you keep it on you, cause the reaper on you. You been going too hard, now the people want you. Look into the stars for a sign, like the preacher told you. Fell asleep with my nine, can't let them people hold from the city where you keep it on you, cause the reaper on you. You been going too hard, now the people want you. Look into the stars for a sign, like the preacher told you. Fell asleep with my nine, can't let them people hold you. Tell them niggas bundle up, ayy. Tell them niggas bundle up. Hey, you get cold in that field. Hey, you get cold in that field. Tell them niggas bundle up. Hey, you get cold in that field. Tell them niggas bundle up. Hey, you get cold in that field. Tell them niggas bundle up. Tell them niggas bundle up. City where you keep it on you, cause the reaper on you. You been going too hard, now the people want you. Look into the stars for a sign, like the preacher told you. Fell asleep with my nine, can't let them people hold from the city where you keep it on you, cause the reaper on you. You been going too hard, now the people want you. Look into the stars for a sign, like the preacher told you. Fell asleep with my nine, can't let them people hold you.
Say what it be, I know the king, follow his lead, repeat after me. I know they lurking, this serpent is circling, but I never worry, cause he got the keys, he let it bleed. Never put me on the freeze, just look how he spit it to me. It'll be out of right after I seek. You can't make the promise unless you the king. Jay with a baby, I am what he made me. No, you cannot say me, so it's for the birds. Buy for a price, you ain't know what it's worth. He not letting go like it's grandmama purse. Rolling with heavy, he feeling kinda discouraged, cause he feeling down in the dirt. I told him heavy, you only need faith, cause yes, you already did all the work. Life or death, this life is best. I'd rather see the vision complete instead of the speed to find regret. You gotta breathe so you can be free, so you never need the ice and checks. This be my plea, I lost my debt. I gotta cheese and found my flex. I gotta be, I gotta breathe, I gotta breathe. Keep moving. Drive,
left, keep it moving, hit the gas, on to the next, play no dwelling in the past, It's unusual how pain can make you glad. Pain can make you, pain can make you breathe. We on the way, talk about legacy, legends right next to me. Don't need it, check out the AG and Addy. Come with the beef and we serving the patties. Check out the verbs if it's getting chatty. You gotta move, but ain't gotta prove that you out in the front. You do what you do when you ain't gotta stunt. Cause humble is up and the proud gotta punt. 4th and 10, if you wanna win, best put me in. I got the shooters that's ready to spin. They come with the king and he know how to win. He come to your team and he do it again. Rain and sleep, when the sun is at its peak. Gotta keep moving my feet until my journey is complete. Completion.
Every single day I feel it.
Every single day I feel the pressure. Double up the work, let's make it extra. Working so my mother get a rest, yeah. Working like I never knew I'm blessed, yeah. Every single day I feel the pressure. Diamonds in my eyes, I know I'm special. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. In the gym, I gotta get my working. I can't leave it all the chances, make it certain. Yeah, I had to lose it all to find my purpose. Yeah, but I won't do that twice, it made me nervous. Let's get to working. I'm like check 1, check 2, gonna get this business. Want this, want that, gotta understand that. Jokes on you, boy, tell me you remember. Every single day I feel the pressure. Double up the work, let's make it extra. Working so my mother get a rest, yeah. Working like I never knew I'm blessed, yeah. Every single day I feel the pressure. Diamonds in my eyes, I know I'm special. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. Yeah. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. Okay, I'm him. Ain't nobody help me shooting in the gym. It's always been on me, I always gotta boom. Everybody eat before I got my film. Ooh, keep it real, ooh, yeah. I got my family and a plan B. If I don't get it, then we don't eat. I feel the pressure, but I'm not weak. My demons coming like a stampede. But trust me, man, I got it. I'm never out of pocket. We ain't never playing tag, you doubters are just nodding. Only seeing green, no wonder why I never stopped it. And while you turning up, I just go up, I'm like a rocket, yeah. While you turning up, I just go up, I'm like a rocket, yeah. Pressure make diamonds. Every single day I feel the pressure. Double up the work, let's make it extra. Working so my mother get a rest, yeah. Working like I never knew I'm blessed, yeah. Every single day I feel the pressure. Diamonds in my eyes, I know I'm special. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. In the gym, I gotta get my
I would make it this far, they hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say, I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right, cause it can get big and right, big and right, cause it can get big and right.
Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show 'em. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and they're keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right, cause it can get big and right, big and right, cause it can get big and right.
Yeah, tell them niggas bundle up, ayy. Hey, you get cold in that field, tell them niggas bundle up. But them vultures on your head while you tryna cuddle up. Pillows talking with that bra, but she down to set you up. Yeah, the first one to cross you be the one you say you love. Like, oh, down to catch a soul. That reaper creeping through your door. Catch you all alone. They tryna figure out who did it, but nobody knows. That boy was claiming he was with it, but he went and told. Yeah, you see you gotta watch your back because them snakes is in the grass.
subtitled. Keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat, good up she in your head.
What's up, my fellow art nerds? Welcome back to the channel. But today I'm stepping way outside of my usual comfort zone with this drawing, and I'm really excited to kind of share it with you. And this piece is of a character named Jinyu, the leader of the Saha Boys, and they are a K-pop inspired boy band from a movie, K-pop, Demon Hunters. And I'll be honest, I wasn't really into anime, K-pop, or this whole bright cartoony art style before. I grew up in a completely different era, and my childhood consisted of X-Men, raccoons, My Pet Monster, He-Man, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and so on and so forth. But that's what shaped my style growing up, and over the years my art naturally leaned more towards the realism side of things, and most of my work has been focused on capturing depth, shadows, textures, and subtle tones, especially when working with pastel. But my son started talking about this movie and these characters, and I honestly didn't think much of it at first. But then he kept going on about how incredible the story was and how much he loved the character. So out of curiosity, I just looked into it myself, and I kind of got hooked. So I started seeing just how huge the fan base was around this movie and these characters and how passionate people are. So I decided that, you know what if I tried something completely different, and what if I stepped away from my usual realistic pastel work and challenge myself to bring him to life with the vibrant, bold, cartoony energy. And I'm not gonna lie, this was way out of my comfort zone, and I'm used to the soft blending, the natural shading, the realistic tones, but for this drawing I really wanted to capture the K-pop inspired aesthetic, so I found the perfect reference photo and I kind of just ran with it. But there's something refreshing about stepping outside of what you're kind of used to doing and just letting go creatively. And I think that's what really drew me to this project, no pun intended. But it wasn't just about recreating Jinyu as accurately as possible, but also about figuring out how my style could meet this style halfway. And I wanted to blend my experience with realism and my love for subtle details with the bold, expressive energy that defines characters like Jinyu himself. And honestly, it's been one of my most rewarding pieces I've worked on lately, and it's very loose, which I kind of like, but I think part of that is because it connects me to my son in a way, and art has always been personal for me, but having him introduce me to something he's passionate about, and then being able to create a piece inspired by that, it just adds a whole layer of meaning. I also think it's amazing how art keeps evolving and how inspiration can come from anywhere, even from things you've never thought you'd get into. 10 years ago, I would have never imagined myself drawing a K-pop inspired anime style character, but here we are, and honestly, I'm loving it. So, if you're watching this and you're an artist yourself, I hope this inspires you to step outside your comfort zone too. Try a style you've never worked with, explore colors that you usually avoid, and don't be afraid to make mistakes along the way. Every time we challenge ourselves, we grow, and that's what makes this whole art journey worth it. But in the end, this drawing of Jinyu isn't just about the final result, it's about trying something new and connecting with my son and pushing myself creatively. And I think that's what keeps art exciting. There's always something new to learn, a new technique to try, or a completely different world to dive into. But that's it from me for now, and I really hope you guys enjoyed watching this piece kind of get stitched together, and I'll probably have the full version up on my Patreon, which is in the link in the description below. So once again, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you on the next one.
process. Play me on repeat 끝없이 in your head.
눈물 나가 또 웃음 나가 Every time 나 그런 것 숨기지 못해 거짓말하네 Oh 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 매 순간 속에 매 감정 속에 한 장 한 장 가득 찬 쏟아지는 rain sunshine 늘 달라져다 Oh 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 love me right now my need right now
Hey everyone, Drew Draws here, and welcome back to the channel. I hope that these new videos that I'm working on make you happy and bring you some type of comfort, because that's one of the goals with all of this. Something that you can unwind to, or even just have on while you're working, relaxing, making lunch, whether you're an artist or someone who just enjoys watching creativity unfold. So I hope that this brings you a little bit of peace, and I really hope that you enjoy it. So in this video, as you can see, I'm drawing a cat and talking a bit about why I enjoy drawing pets or animals in general. There's something really satisfying about it. Every animal has a personality. There's a look in their eyes, a texture to their fur, and it's always a fun challenge to try and capture that. Drawing fur can be incredibly meditative for some. I know it is for me. So whether it's short and glossy hair, or thick and fluffy, long, doesn't matter. There's something about building all of those layers. It just feels so satisfying. It's very slow and detailed work, but I love that part of the process. And it's a little different from doing the soft blends of skin tones. For me, my absolute favorite part every single time, no matter if it's some sort of animal portrait or a human portrait, it's always the eyes. I try to make them look glassy, reflective, and full of life. Kind of like they could blink at any moment. When I start working on the eyes, it's like the drawing comes to life. And for me, that's the moment it kind of feels finished. When there's a soul looking back at you from the page. It's kind of crazy. That is part of why I love doing these videos in a slower, calmer format. I try to ease up on the crazy cuts and a lot of fast talking. Just time to take in the process. I find art very meditative. These drawings often take hours, sometimes even days, but there's something really grounding about just sitting with it, stepping back and taking a look at your drawing and or painting, letting the work take shape gradually.
She doesn't know anything. I mean, she's not stupid. She knows I'm into something.
Whether I'm using colored pencils, pastels, markers, oil paints, it doesn't matter the medium. It's always about layering, textures, and patience. Patience is one of the number one things that drawing or any type of artwork like this takes. Especially with pets, I find that softer mediums like pastels can really bring out that natural fluff, but I'll switch depending on the look that I want. Sometimes colored pencils give the control I need for sharper detail. Now keep in mind, I've mentioned this before, you can add colored pencils on top of pastels, again for the sharper detail. It just depends on the final look that you actually want to go for. Also, I wanted to mention that in an upcoming video, you will notice a few small studio changes happening. I've been making some adjustments to help improve my workflow. Little things like reorganizing where my tools go, certain types of furniture, cabinets, desks, repositioning my camera setup, and just trying to make things more efficient for myself overall. They're not huge changes, but they're already making a big difference in how I move through projects. It's amazing how a few small tweaks can really improve your creative flow. Now, I'm going to be putting together, again, an easel that I put away from a few years ago. I finally decided to break it out again because I've been wanting to get back into brush painting, especially on the days where I'm not using any type of pencils, markers, or pastels. I also recently picked up a gouache paint set. I have been very excited to try and get into a little bit of gouache paints. I have never worked with that medium before. When I did work with paints, it was generally oil paints. Because of the type of artist I am, the style I do, and mixing in my tattoo style, oil paints have always been my go-to. There will be another video of the unboxing of the gouache paints, and yes, taking my first attempt at gouache paints. I'm both nervous and excited for that one. I always get nervous when I take on a new medium when it comes to art, but I'm pretty confident at what I can do, and I'm not sure if realism has ever been attempted with gouache paints, but we're gonna find out. It's definitely gonna push me out of my usual routine, out of my comfort zone, and let's see where it takes me. Alright everyone, that's the end of today's video. I really hope that you enjoyed it, and don't forget to show some support and subscribe. I will catch you on the next one. Hello YouTube family, Drew Draws here. I've got like a different kind of video that I want to do for you today. So now, as you can see, I'm a newer channel, and I just wanted to talk about artists with new YouTube channels, maybe YouTube channels that were a little older, whatever, you know, how long you've had your YouTube channel, stuff like that, and monetization. I can kind of, you know, get into the demons of my opinion with you know, artwork these days, whether it's, you know, everything from tattooing, because as you know, I'm a tattooer for the last 20 years. So, you know, whether it's my opinion on the tattoo industry and social media like YouTube, Instagram, so on and so forth with that, and painters. I don't really know where to start with this video. Most of my stuff is unedited, like little to no editing going on. I have another YouTube channel called Tattooed and Reviewed. Now, I got into that channel because of basically it stems with what I'm basically going to talk about. So if you notice that I'm looking over this way a lot, my second monitor, OBS, has been not my friend for the last little while, and just kind of like errors pop up, and I'm kind of too lazy to uninstall and reinstall because I've got all my settings where I want them to be and they're not saved. So that's another day, another task for me to do. I was at the gym this morning and I just wanted to like write some stuff down, and I'm like, oh man, you know, I'm gonna talk about this in this video, and you know, anyway, so I wrote down a few things on my phone that I wanted to talk about. So basically where I'm going with this channel is, again, I have Tattooed and Reviewed, another channel. I've got like what, just over 7,000 subs, something like that. Now it's a music reaction channel. Well, it's a reaction channel, and even though in the title it says reviewed, it just turned out to be music because that's how it started, and it kind of took off very fast. And now I could easily bring on, you know, like some kind of tech, like a phone or something, or I can review somebody's artwork. I could do anything, but I just wasn't sure where I really wanted to go with the channel. I was sitting here one day, I had the day off of work, and I was like, this is like one of the epiphanies in my life, like one of the turning points in my life that where I wanted to change everything was realizing what I wanted to do with myself and my career. I'm 43 years old, I have 2 children, and like I said, I've been a tattooer for 20 years. So I wanted to get out of tattooing full time. I didn't want it as a career anymore. I didn't want to feel forced because of the relationship I now had with the tattoo industry. And don't get me wrong, there's tons and tons of pros. I loved it, and I still do love lots of things about it. I love the community and the people, like the OGs and stuff like that. Like, I love it, and there's tons of artwork to go around. I just found that social media has either like, depends on how you look at it, like it's ruined 50% of it, and then it's taken the other half and, you know, blown it up and so on and so forth. But I just feel like where it is right now, it's like some parts of it, some elements are in a good place, and some of them are not in a good place. And part of that reason makes me want to just not do it anymore. Not full time. I still want to do it on the side and just as my side gig, you know, and do my thing and maintain those relationships with my existing clients. I wanted to put my effort into what my passion was in the beginning, which was artwork. Now, since I was a kid, I was drawing. I was constantly, you know, drawing comic books and stuff like that. I remember there was times where, like, I was just a little shit, you know what I mean? 8 years old, 10 years old, in my room, drawing at an old school desk, my dad bringing me up milk and cookies and sandwiches, and I would just draw. I would draw comic characters. I would do my own thing. I was making my own comics. And now I am where I am now. So now if you watch this channel, if you follow me on Instagram, Tattooed and Reviewed, you see the artwork I do now. I'm trying to grow this channel, so I don't really want, like many people are telling me, hey man, like your reaction channel, why don't you just convert it because you're already monetized over there, and so on and so forth. And I'm not gonna lie, I've thought about it. I still think about it to this date because it's not easy monetizing a new channel. So there's endless nights where, so first of all, I'm just gonna rewind there just a little bit. I had an art channel before called Opaque, and that was my business name. And that channel was about 4 years old, and I'm talking about, let's say, 2 months ago. I looked at that channel and I was like, man, this channel's 4 years old. It kind of went nowhere. You know, it got buried, and like the algorithm just kind of buried it. And I was putting tattoos up there. I was putting like shorts up there for tattoos. I was putting artwork up there. I was doing everything, and I just kind of neglected it, and it did its own thing, and it just kind of got buried underneath, right? And no matter what I did, no matter what I posted, I wasn't getting any views. Sometimes I get 3 views on a video and on a drawing that took me, you know, 30 hours, 40 hours, 50 hours, and I put my heart and soul into all those drawings, and it just kind of went nowhere. So it discouraged me a lot. So I didn't really know how to take it. Anyways, so what happened was I was on YouTube. I was debating, man, do I start a new channel? I was doing that for like a month. I was like, do I start a new one? Do I try and bring this one back from the dead? And so on and so forth. So I had no luck bringing it back from the dead. And I know that some people can be successful in maybe bringing their channel back that has been buried, you know, whether it's artwork, reactions, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm sure there's a way, but for me, myself, it didn't work. Now, I created this new channel. Drew Draws. So far, I'm doing pretty good. It's like 2 months old, I think, something like that, and I'm just over 300 subs and stuff, and which is great. And I'm very grateful for whoever is subbing to me and stuff. And yeah, I plug my channel away on Tattooed and Reviewed when I'm doing a reaction. You know, I say, hey, you know, if you're into artwork, follow me over here. But the moral of the story is I would like to grow this channel as much as I can. And I just found at my age and where I'm at in life, I just kind of wanted to, you know, do artwork, and I wanted to spread artwork more. I wanted to spread talent more, because I'm finding that there is a lot of art channels out there. There's a lot of Instagram pages. There's a lot of, basically a lot of people on social media I see that are so talented with artwork specifically, because that's what I'm talking about. So talented, and it goes unrecognized. But I can go on YouTube right now and I can type in the dumbest thing you can imagine, and there will be millions of views on it and stuff. And I get it, you know, there's some shit that's like pretty funny out there and pretty useless, and it's just funny and it's amusing. I get it. I catch myself watching those things too. But the sad part is anything that takes a lot of talent kind of just gets pushed to the very bottom, and it gets put on the back of the bus, and nobody gives a shit about it. So anyways, what my goal is, and I'm probably not even gonna make a dent, I'm not even gonna make any kind of impact here, but hopefully I do. And I want more channels, myself obviously included, but there's tons of channels out there that are not monetized, some that are, even some that have 1 million subs to them that are art channels. That's amazing. And I want them to have 20 million subscribers. You know, they deserve it. You know, I just think that this needs to be brought to the front page of social media, such as YouTube, you know, the biggest platform out there for watching videos and stuff like that. I mean long form videos, I don't mean shorts and like TikToks and stuff like that. And I know that, you know, cross promoting on social media, different platforms and stuff obviously helps, but I just think that needs to be brought to the front a little bit. So I don't know who's in charge of doing all this stuff. I don't know. Nobody will ever see this video. This video is probably only going to get like 10 views on it. I don't care. But guess what? I got it off my chest. I'm going to do little to no editing to this video, and I'm going to put it up there for the world to see. You either agree or you disagree. Here, let's see. Listen, I'm on my phone. I'm trying to see what I wrote down at the gym. So again, I'm not monetized. And clearly I would like to be monetized, but not for greed or anything. It's just because, like I said previously a minute ago, that's where I want to go in my career. You know, I feel that I've worked my ass off for the last 25, 30 years of my life, and as an artist, and I've made a name for myself in the tattoo industry. And at the end of the day, I love creating artwork. I love having canvases, like paper canvases and, you know, linen canvases and stuff. I love doing this stuff. And, you know, I would love to wake up every morning and work hard drawing. And now even like, since it's social media and creating videos and stuff, now we have to learn how to edit videos. We have to buy camera gear. We have to buy lighting. We have to buy all this stuff. And we have to take all of this into consideration. And it's not just us, you know, grabbing a brush or a pencil or anything like that and drawing and painting. Now we have to stick a camera here. We've always got to stay out of the shot. We've always got to do stuff like that now. So we've got to keep this stuff in mind, because if we don't, all of the mediums that I work with, you know, I started off as an oil painter, and I haven't oil painted in a long time, and I love it. I do. I absolutely love it. But I've taken a really warm welcome to using Copic markers, the alcohol markers, and I've been using those for a long time. I decided to pick up some Ohuhus. I watch a lot of YouTube channels. I watch a lot of YouTube, and I've implemented colored pencils in there. You know, the Caran Daches, Derwents, Prismacolors, you name it. I've added it in, and now recently I've picked up Posca markers. Now, I don't like. I'm into realism. That's kind of like where my art style goes, at least semi-realism anyway. So drawing with Posca markers is a little tough to get my, you know, my style of artwork. But I mean, I can implement it in on some pieces. They're fun. And I actually did my PlayStation controller. I took a PS5 controller. I don't even play my PlayStation. I had a guy in the comments on, I think it was one of the shorts that I made. And he's like, oh, until you start playing and your palms get sweaty. yeah, but I don't play it. So I was like, man, I'm not too worried about it. It is what it is. My son wants me to paint his now, so, but he plays all the time. So, you know, his little hands are going to get sweaty. Absolutely. I just wanted to make this video just to, you know, get this off my chest. And I think that, you know, again, the moral of the story, smaller YouTube channels, myself and a ton of others that need more recognition. So, you know, feel free, you know, please share, not just mine, other channels, view, comment, you know what I mean? Like hit like buttons, stuff like that. You know what I mean? I found myself one day and I'm like, I'm in the washroom and I'm watching all these stupid videos. And then I started going on to art and like even going to bed, it's like, what is it? ASMR, right? I've hashtagged that a few times. So let's say like their shorts, or even like there's this one channel actually. Who was he? Dercios something. Anyhow, he was doing the Copic markers, and it just popped up. The algorithm pushed one of his videos up, and I started watching it. I think he was drawing Groot or something, and because I was an artist, right? I don't know. Like some of you guys won't be an artist, but anyways, I started watching it. And I was like, damn, I was like, this is good. I can't not, you know, I can't look away. And then I found myself, he had no playlist. And I think the last video he posted was like 4 years ago. But he has like 15 videos. And he's got like 45,000 subs. I was blown away. And that's what made me be like, all right, I need to do this. I absolutely need to do this. Go on YouTube, type in art, type in something, and, you know, spread it around. Because these guys could use it, and we work hard. You know, we work hard. I got some more art videos coming up, so hopefully you catch that and dig it. Well, hello there, my fellow art nerds, and welcome back to my channel. Like always, I wanted to start off by thanking you for your continued support. Seriously, it absolutely blows my mind every single day, and I never would have even imagined that so many people would connect with my craft and my style and the way that I see art. To have you all here watching, liking, commenting, and sharing this journey with me, it's crazy. It really, truly means the world to me. Now, this piece right here actually has a pretty cool story behind it. It actually started out as a tattoo design. It was literally just an idea in my head at first and really nothing more. But I had this vision. I just couldn't shake it. And it was something that had to capture, like always, had to capture beauty and nature, but also this sort of like angelic energy, if you would. I knew I wanted it to be bold, colorful, and stand out because, you know, that's just how I like to do my art. But it had, I also wanted it to have a little bit of of that abstract-y kind of chaos in there, and just enough to kind of make it a little bit more unique. You know how it is when you kind of have an idea that lives in your head? It's like you can see it perfectly, but getting it down onto paper or canvas, it's always such a damn challenge. And I like to call it artist block. And I know that writers get it, you know, they can just get it in their head, it makes sense, but just trying to get it on paper, it's absolute chaos sometimes. But it honestly took me days to kind of figure this one out. I kind of had some sketches going on my iPad, you know, I would erase them, I would start over and just kind of reworking details. You know, I looked for reference photos to kind of get my brain working a little bit more, and, you know, I just had to keep doing it until the vision finally matched what was in my head. And that's the thing about art, it kind of tests your patience, but when it finally clicks, you know, that moment turns out to be kind of magical, you know. And with this one, I just had this gut feeling that if I could pull it off, it was going to be something special. And at the time, I wasn't even sure anyone would ever want to even wear this as a tattoo because it was so different. But that's what I like to do with my art, especially my tattoo designs. I want them to be different. I don't want them to be the same that everybody else has, you know? But I just knew that I had to kind of create it, but this is where it gets wild. So like after I finished the design, shared it, someone actually reached out and said they wanted it tattooed on them. So seeing something like that, you know, started as a thought in my head, turned into a finished drawing on paper, and then it ended up permanently living on someone's skin. Man, that's like, there's no other feeling that can describe that. It's very honorable. It's awesome. And that's the moment where all those late nights and the frustration, all the second guessing, it all pays off. And honestly, pieces like this kind of remind me why I started doing art in the first place. For me, it's not, just about making something look pretty. It's about creating something that carries energy, emotion, meaning. Something people can kind of connect to. And that's why I always lean towards themes that blend beauty, nature, and a little bit of that, of the surreal, And that's just something powerful about combining all those elements into one design. Sometimes, it can be too much, and I always say less is more, but I think in this case, I managed to pull it off. It was unique, it was different, and I wasn't the only one who loved it. So it speaks, to the chaos and the balance of life itself, essentially. And for this design, I really wanted the colors to pop. And yes, that's generally all of my designs. Now with this piece, obviously it wasn't done with pastels, it was done with Copic markers and colored pencils, so they do of course tend to pop a lot more than the soft pastel look. And that's how I kind of started off with this stuff. I didn't just jump into the pastel. So this design was actually done previously, and this video was sitting in my vault, and I wasn't sure if I was going to post it or not, but here we are. I just wanted this one along with all the Copics that I do, but I need that punchy contrast. I wanted depth. I wanted something that demanded attention at the same time, and I had to make sure that the flow worked, especially since it was originally meant for a tattoo. And I think I could have taken maybe some lines out of there on the sides, maybe, but I kind of wanted to leave it untouched, But all tattoos, they definitely need that flow, but it needed to move with the body, but also stand strong as a piece of art on paper. And if nobody even got it tattooed on them, it would still look pretty badass just sitting on a piece of canvas, That balance is always tricky, but that's the challenge that keeps me pushing as an artist, of course. So if you've been following me for a while, I'm constantly experimenting. Sometimes my ideas are, all over the place. And I'll be honest, I can be pretty indecisive at times. And if you know me, that's for sure. But that's part of the process. Every mistake, every change, every adjustment, it all kind of leads to growth. And seeing this design find its way from my mind to someone's skin, it was a reminder that trusting the process basically pays off pretty much every time. So yeah, I just wanted to share, the journey behind this one, because it's a special piece for me. And to everyone who's been supporting me, whether you're here for the tattoos, the drawings, or just the love of art in general, once again, thank you so much. And you guys keep me motivated to keep creating and to keep pushing myself and to keep sharing my art with the world. So yeah, enough talking. I'm going to let the music play. So let's dive into the process, and I'll walk you through how I took this idea from just a thought to a finished piece. So grab your coffee, sit back, and watch me make some art. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. I hope this video finds you some comfort, whether you're watching while you draw, unwind, or just looking for something calm and creative to vibe with today. But in this video, I'm doing something a little different. I'm drawing a piece based on an AI generated image of a baby or a young Sonic the Hedgehog. Now I know that might sound a bit out of left field, but the second I saw this image, I just couldn't get it out of my head. It had the perfect blend of cuteness and softness, from the oversized head, the huge reflective eyes, that dreamy bokeh style background. I absolutely love that. It instantly hit that part of me that just had to draw it. Even though I didn't design the original concept, there was something so striking about it that I wanted to take it and reinterpret it through my own lens, make it feel handmade, human, and maybe uniquely mine, I guess. So I decided to go with soft pastels for this one, which is kind of a double-edged sword. They can be very tricky to work with, especially when you're aiming for really saturated, punchy colors like the ones in the original. Most of the time, pastels lean towards that soft, dusty, kind of chalky, muted vibe, but for this, I wanted to challenge myself to push the medium to make those bold, electric colors pop in a way that feels kind of alive. That meant a lot of blending, tons of layering, and experimenting with different tones to get the richness I was after. I also made a few tweaks. Most noticeably, I exaggerated the eyes even more to boost the cuteness factor. And I softened parts of the background to enhance that dreamy atmosphere. The bokeh style, I absolutely love it. And all of this brings up a topic that's becoming more and more common in the art world. AI generated art versus traditional art, and where digital art fits into that mix. There's a lot of debate out there. Some traditional artists see digital art as easier, I guess you could say, or somehow less valid because it's not made with physical tools. But the truth is, every medium has its own set of challenges and skills to master. Digital art takes time, effort, discipline to learn, just like oils, pencils, pastels. It's not about the tools. It's about what you do with them. AI, on the other hand, is a whole different conversation. It can generate something visually stunning in seconds, but what it lacks is the human element. It doesn't make artistic decisions. It doesn't have emotion. It can inspire, but it doesn't interpret. For instance, I have used, and a lot of artists, tattooers, are against AI generated images. Now, me as a tattooer, I don't see the difference on jumping on any platform such as Google or Pinterest or anything to find reference photos to use for an upcoming tattoo design. There is not a lot of originality out there anymore. It is still out there, you just need to find it. However, I don't find the difference if you are looking for a reference photo from those said websites or AI generated, as long as they are being used for reference only. So that's why I saw this piece not as copying an AI image, but as translating it, bringing it to life through my own style with all the imperfections, instincts, and creative choices that only a human can add. Because at the end of the day, what makes a piece of art meaningful isn't how quickly it was made or even how perfect it looks. It's the heart behind it. Whether you're working with charcoals, markers, oil paints, a digital tablet, it doesn't matter. But what does matter most is the connection between the artist and the work itself. Anyways, so thanks for being here and sharing that space with me today. I just wanted to bring it up and voice my opinion on, AI art, digital art, traditional art. But if you enjoyed this kind of process breakdown and want to see a little bit more of the kind of behind the scenes look or just the voiceover thing and looks, a look into how I approach different mediums, feel free to like, comment, and of course, subscribe. And if you want even more in-depth content, including full-length real-time drawing sessions, I post all of that over on Patreon. My link is in the description below. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you on the next one.
The itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Up came the sun and dried up all the rain. So the itsy bitsy spider went up the spout again. So the itsy bitsy spider went up the spout again.
Ladies and gentlemen, my art nerds, I hope everybody's day is going good so far. For me right now, it is 8 o'clock in the morning, which is sleeping in for me. I am usually up super early with my kids, school and whatnot. It's Saturday morning. So it's not that I really got to sleep in. I just kind of laid there for an extra little bit. And today I'm going to be focusing on putting together a video for you. Basically a day in the life as an artist, as me as an artist. And I do this. I pour myself a big ass coffee to wake up because I go to the gym in the morning, first thing every day, and I don't take pre-workouts. I don't none of that stuff. I just drink coffee to kind of wake up, even though I'm kind of like a really high-strung person as it is, and I don't really need anything like that. But I love the taste of that coffee. It's so good. Anyways, as you can see, I got my art set up back there. I'm working on a drawing right now, and I'm going to be going live later on to get in some more work on that. So I'm pretty excited, but I'm going to finish my coffee and get caught up on some emails and, you know, check out YouTube and do some things. And I'll be out of here in probably 15 minutes or so because I'm going to be going to the gym fasted this morning with no nothing, just a little bit of water that I had and some black coffee with nothing in it, completely fasted, no food. Well, everybody, got the air conditioner cranked from yesterday. My daughter's got the radio on. Gross. Let's do this. I don't have to warm up my car, which is great because it's so nice out already. Normally I wait like, you know, at least a minute to warm up my car. Nothing. We are off to the gym this morning. And look at this. Yard sales already. Check it. Oh yeah. Garage sailing, yard sailing. I love it. I love going to places like that, and I love to find certain things, even sometimes when I'm not, you know, drawing portraits of animals or whatever, or action figures, portraits, stuff like that. I like to grab like little figurines with like that are like fully chromatic and stuff, and take my own photos of them, and do that. Take my own reference photos for my artwork. The reason why I'm making this video is because I just want to show you guys, you know, what it's like from my perspective for once. I always do these drawings that you see that are just fully time-lapsed, and, you know, I don't talk in them, I don't do nothing, and it's not very personable, and I find myself clicking on a lot of videos on YouTube with art and stuff like that lately that have, you know, a lot of voiceovers. You know, the artist or whoever is making the video, there's people in the video, and I find it more personable, and you get more of a connection with that person, even though it's over a screen. And I find myself watching their videos more, as much as I like watching, or binge watching for that matter, just a lot of videos of just art, like get to the point kind of sort of deal, right? I'm learning now as I go that, you know, what I wanna see as a viewer and stuff like that. So as a creator, I'm gonna try and implement this a little bit more into my videos, and I don't know if it's gonna be good or bad. We're gonna see. But this gym I'm going to, just off topic here, this gym, okay? I know I'm flipping the selfie camera around. This is my new gym. I used to go to a different gym. If you've watched any of my videos before on my reaction channel, Tattooed and Reviewed, I used to go to another gym. That was great, and it's still great. I just don't go there anymore. A bigger one opened up, and of course it's packed because it's Saturday morning. And here I am, gonna be one of those big douchebags with a camera. right. Walking the dogs in the park. Look at my hair. It's all over the place. Sorry, I'm out of the shower and my hair goes all like dreamy, if that's what you want to call it. But take them for a walk every day. All right, everybody, I just wanted to give everyone a preview of like my workspace, you know, where I edit all my videos and where I draw, so on and so forth. So here, check this out. So this is obviously my editing station. This desk actually goes up and put it down. That way, like I have a really bad back from a car injury, a back injury from a long time ago. And sometimes I like to stand up, so that desk does that too. So this is my supplies, colored pencils, my Copics, my Posca markers, pastels, all that other stuff. And then right in front of my window, I have got that, which is my complete setup and my desk. I have a drawing there, which I don't really want to give away yet on what it is. I just wanted to show everybody what my setup was like, and I'm probably gonna be switching some stuff around here. I don't know about today, but soon. But this is my studio. This is what it looks like, so. Guys, so my son and I, we ended up going to the bike show. Very, very loud. It was very, very small. There wasn't a whole lot going on there. Tons of really nice bikes and stuff like that. I didn't end up getting to take any videos or any photos or anything like that. I did see a bunch of my friends and stuff there, constantly talking to people, between talking to people or trying to hear them saying what, you know, and looking at bikes and being with my son and letting them eat and all that other stuff. There was a lot going on, so again, no photos or anything like that. It's a beautiful day outside. I don't want to not be outside. I don't want to be stuck inside all day. I am going to probably end the video here. There's tons more that I do in a day. My days are very sporadic. As you can see, I have children, I have dogs. You know, I tattoo, I've got a full-time job, all that other stuff. So I'm constantly doing a bunch of things and a bunch of different things as well, between the gym, art, you know, drawing, tattoos, video editing, my kids, just everything in general and everything that goes on with my kids as well, such as school and so on and so forth, and just everything. So I am going to work on some more of this drawing that's actually right here. But again, I'm not going to show you. But I do have to work on that drawing as well. I hope you guys enjoyed the content and just a little bit of insight on what my days consist of, or at least today consisted of anyways. And yeah, we'll see you on the next one. And hopefully you guys, that are watching, hit that subscribe button, like, comment, feel free. And if you guys have any requests on any drawings that you guys would like to see or any commission pieces, feel free to drop a comment as well. And you can also DM me on Instagram as well. It's a rainy but warm day today, and honestly, kind of the perfect mood for making art. I always find these kinds of days just a little bit more peaceful. The sound of the rain bouncing off the windows, off the leaves and the ground, there's just something about it. It makes reading, painting, drawing, any kind of artwork like that, it sets the perfect mood for doing that kind of stuff for me. So just a quick heads up, most of the videos I make are filmed over the course of a few different days. Sometimes the light changes or the vibe shifts a bit, and that's because the creative process doesn't always happen all at once. But once it's all edited together, it becomes one cohesive little story like this.
Something on the bottom here that was on the side here, so I could move it out.
One of those days included a trip to IKEA, which ended up being a big win for the studio. I finally grabbed the Alex drawer unit on wheels that I was wanting to get forever, and it's already made a huge difference. Not just for organizing tools and materials, but for keeping the space feeling clean and minimal. Exactly the direction I've been trying to take this setup forever. And if you know me, you know that I have my OCD and it's hard for me to get it where I want it so it's just right. And of course, as you can tell, as you can see, being a dad has its perks. Trying to assemble stuff, getting frustrated, and having your daughter sitting on the stairs asking you for favors. It's always a fun time. While I was at IKEA, I also picked up a new desktop for my motorized standing desk legs. It's white and simple, and now both the art desk and my editing space are starting to match. The editing station is motorized too, which is a nice touch. When I'm spending hours cutting videos like this one, it's all coming together slowly, but every little change makes the space feel more intentional. This desktop makes it awesome and perfect for this little desktop easel that I purchased on Amazon. I handmade an add-on for the easel which makes the surface area a little bit bigger. The pastel mat fits perfect on it. When I'm not working on pastel mats and I'm using smaller canvases or smaller paper or anything like that, I can simply just remove it and use either the flat top or just use the desktop easel the way that it is at its normal size. Alright, let's get into this new piece that I started to work on this time. As you can see, I'm drawing a portrait of a dog. There's something about it that I instantly connected with, just like many of the drawings that I do, or most of the drawings that I do. Some of them stand out, you know, when it comes to portraits and stuff like that, and I just have to draw them. The reference photo had so much personality in its eyes, and that's usually where I start. For me, the eyes are the anchor. They are the gateway to the soul. So once I get that right, everything else kind of just falls into place. So I'm using a mix of pastel pencils with pan pastels for this one. That's usually my go-to combo for animal portraits like this. It's usually when I want that soft, velvety type-like texture in the fur. I'll talk more about the materials as we go, but the goal here is to really capture that lifelike softness while still letting the portrait feel personal. Like many of the portraits I usually start with the background first, and I like to go in with the pan pastels again for that velvety look. However, with the blacks, when you want them solid black or a really deep black, usually I jump into the pastel sticks and then I ended up just blending it in anyways with a little bit of the pan pastels on top. After blocking in the background, the eyes are generally what I tackle next. So I usually start with a light sketch to kind of block in some of those major features. Nothing crazy detailed at first, unless I'm actually going into the eye, but there's always an undertone and a base layer to that. Once that's done with the base layer, using generally the soft pan pastels, these let me lay in subtle gradients for the fur and shadows without overworking the paper and getting rid of the tooth of the paper. It's like setting the stage before the fine details kind of take over. During this phase, I try not to get caught up in perfection, just getting the overall tones right and letting the structure slowly take shape, and of course trying to get as close to the actual colors as I can. So now usually this is where the fun kind of starts. Layering in the texture with pastel pencils. I work in small strokes to kind of mimic the direction of the fur, switching colors often to build depth and variety. No single color just makes it work. It's all about layering and blending gradually. The more and more that I use pastels, the more and more I learn about them. It's just like colored pencils essentially. It's all about layers without overworking the paper. I always pay close attention to the eyes, the nose, and the mouth area. That's where a lot of subtle expression lives, especially in dogs, cats. Getting those tiny little highlights and shadows just right makes everything feel more alive. The fur under the chin and around the ears adds a nice bit of contrast too. It all works together to frame the piece, but like I said, it's usually the eyes, then the nose and mouth. Once the main features are in, I slow down and start making adjustments, softening some edges, sharpening others, adding in the brightest highlights, darkening up some contrast. Those final touches really bring any portrait to life. This is the part where I tend to zone out in the best way. It's meditative. And I like to take breaks, walk away, then come back and look at it with fresh eyes. Sometimes you spot little things you missed, and other times you realized it's done and it just feels right. I had to take a break from the drawing, and it turns out I took the family down to see some fireworks for Canada Day. It was amazing.